Pretty exciting. Let me show you real quick what's on the agenda for the day. I've got a bunch of blanks that I made the other day. These are 1 foot wide, not very thick. These are just made out of some pine boards that I salvaged from some shipping containers. And I started this project the other night, and I'm just making some nameplates for the kids in our Sunday school class. They're 9, 10 years old. So this is one of them for Abraham. And then we've got one for Allison. And I've got at least 7 more to do. So gonna get to work. I've only got 4 more blanks from the board that I prepped the other day. So I think I'm going to start by prepping at least 5 more blanks. So, and to do that, I need to get some stuff from up there. So let me get the ladder and hopefully not fall down on camera, because that might be embarrassing and painful. Embarrassing I can handle, painful I can handle. Embarrassing and painful, that's a bridge too far. So make some room for the ladder to come through. And all right. Let's see what we can do about grabbing these boards. All right. All right, so I've got a few different options. That guy is, I'm losing a fair amount of material from that. So I think I want them all to be the same size. So this one could work. This one I might have to cut off too much there for it to match up. Let me see if that's actually just about the same. So that's a possibility. And then this guy's pretty bowed. But cutting them into 1 foot segments, I'm not sure that'll matter too much. So he's also chipped out a fair amount there, but I'm going to be planing them, so that shouldn't matter too much either. Whoa. So I've got this guy. He actually feels a lot lighter. I wonder if this is slightly different material, or I'm just I mean, this should be plenty for to have enough blanks, but that's more than I need probably. So I won't worry about the rest for now. And move the ladder back out of the way. And we'll move on to getting things going. Gary Rivera, good to see you. Thanks for joining, man. And hey, anyone jump into the chat, tell me where you're watching from, and have a fun little discussion in the chat as we do this project. So let me give you a view of the table saw over here. There we go. And I think I've got the table saw set right now to the same width. I don't think I've adjusted it since I cut these guys. So let me just verify. Yep. And I think I'll start with these smaller boards, but I want to get 1 foot segments out of them. So let me see if I'm going to have a lot of waste. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should be pretty much all I need. So tried to be slick, but didn't work. All right, so that's already in position. I've got my push block ready. Everything's plugged in, so I need my protective equipment. And hey, Siki from Finland. Wow, I don't know that I've had anyone from Finland before. We got Lions. Thanks for joining, man. Tuning in from the UK. Thus, it's evening there. We're still in the afternoon. I'm in Idaho, in the United States, and so it's 1:51 p.m. according to my laptop. So I'm not sure why I'm trying to turn on the headphones here. I don't really need them don't need them turned on. I just need to have some ear protection. So this one, I'm going to cut off this edge. And this one, I'm going to cut off this edge. So let's do it. Table saw did not like cutting through this knot, so wouldn't be surprised. Yep, that knot's pretty loose, so that could pop out. So this is probably a segment that I'm not going to use, although that could contribute to a bit of a more rustic look. So and we've got a pretty nasty screw mark from there anyway, so I'll probably just use foot there, foot over here. And actually, since I'm gonna probably just cut this out anyway, maybe I'll just try to go from just this side of the knot to there, if that gives me a foot, and then miss these staple marks, and then maybe try to get it so that I'm missing those staple marks and get as clean a board as I can. So don't need that or that. And all right, let's move on to our next process, which is the miter saw station. All right, so try and give you a more up close and personal view here. Whoa. This isn't the greatest miter saw station ever, but relatively functional. It's one of the first things that I ever built. So it's deficient in a few ways, but functional in enough ways that I haven't rebuilt it yet. So let me get a ruler and something to mark with. Let's see, there's my preferred pencil. Let me check in on our chat here, see if what I'm missing. Yeah, everyone's live right now. Yeah, I guess it's the time to get projects done, right? Walter, hello. I'm not sure how to say your name, man, but hello. June, thanks for joining us. And Old Pat, good to see you. Shabbat, Shalom. And Ted, thanks for joining us, man. tell me where you're watching from if I don't already know, and just assume that I don't already know, because even if I do know, I've probably forgotten. So I'm going to start with this guy and see if I have enough. No, I don't have enough to avoid both of those knots there. So, so I've got two. I'm worried that that knot is just going to come undone. I mean, it's already loose. I don't know if you can see that movement, but it's probably far enough to the edge, because I'm going to put a 1/2 inch border, like I did on these guys. I'm going to put a 1/2 inch border around, which would be pretty much to right there. So I wouldn't need to use the router into that spot. But I am going to be chamfering the edges, and that could end up very poorly. So I am not going to try to use that space. Measure twice, cut once. Not sure if I knew that. Yeah, I'm still learning. So, all right. So if I go one here, then I think I'm just going to get one off of this board probably. And if so, where's the best one to go? I think I'll start here. And grab my combination square. And let me adjust my combination square. Probably should have just grabbed the speed square. That might have been faster. All right. And I don't have dust collection integrated on this like I do on my table saw. So I'm going to have to hook up the vacuum. And I'm just using a little Centec hose system. So it just clips in. So it's relatively quick and easy to switch between applications. So, Coach Will, good to see you. Lawrence just playing. Yeah, I figured, Lawrence. We can handle a little fun ribbing. That's part of what makes everything fun, So I'm going to line up my blade. Whoa. Here, I'm going to pull out the support. There we go. All right, I'm going to line up my blade so that I'm cutting on this side of my line, and so that I'm maximizing the amount of space I've got on the other side. So right there, that should be good. And I'll just kind of lock that in a little bit. You know what, it helps if I turn on the vacuum after hooking it up. Actually, all right, and should I try to take any more out? You know what, I'm just not going to worry, because I don't have, get to the ruler here. If I cut here, I've still got 1.5 inches with that not exposed. I'm just not gonna risk it. So we'll set this guy, I don't know, we'll put him up here. So every time I try to take the shortcut, it ends up backfiring. See? All right. And let me get my other board. And let's see if I need to have any considerations here to try and avoid. So I've got 1, 2, 3, and I'm pretty much going to have these marks in it regardless, but I might be able to avoid these. So let me try cutting off right there. As I drop my pencil. And I need to lock that down more because I've got a fair amount of board over not being supported. So. All right. So that gives me 4 new blanks to go with the 4 I already had. So that gives me 8 total blanks. I've already got 2 done, and I need 9 total. So I should have more than I need, but we'll see if I manage not to screw stuff up, because maybe I'll end up needing more later. All right, let's move the miter station out of our way after I disconnect the vacuum. See how easy that is to disconnect? All right, I'm going to take off the PPE for a moment and check up on our chat. Hello, Jose and Abby. Johnny, good to see you here. Gianna, I'm not sure what that means. Wad, hello. Hey, Billy, good to see you. All right, so for next step, I need to write the names in on these. Actually, no, the next step is to plane these boards. So let's move you over here. And the planer is under the workbench there. So I'll let you watch me struggle to get it out. Move the router cable out of the way. All right, there we go. Plug them in. Open up the in feed and out feed. And let's see, which ones have I already done? All right. So I'm going to raise it up a bit here because I'm guessing that, oh, that's, all right. So I think they'll catch on that. So before I do that, I want some PPE back on. Hey, Barun Forge, good to see you. Hey, everybody, go ahead and tell me in the chat where you're watching from, if you haven't already. And I do not know what those characters are, nor how to pronounce them. So whoever you are, thanks for joining. And enjoy the planing. All right, so I didn't take out all the imperfections here. Some of them I'm not going to be able to get out because they go all the way through, like these, you know, probably a screw hole and then some staple holes. I could go a little bit deeper and get rid of, you know, these screw marks like that, but I think I'll leave those because I don't have that much material to work with. So we'll just have it be a little more rustic that way. And a couple of these probably, yeah, just whichever is the worst, I'll try not to have to use. So, all right, next step is going to be unplugging the planer and cleaning up my mess after I check in on the current status of our chat. Billy's watching from North Carolina. Sam, I've just been planing some boards. The goal is to make some nameplates for a bunch of the kids in our Sunday school class. So this is the goal. Made these the other night, and so I'm just I've got 7 more to do, and so I've just cut up a bunch of blanks and then planed them so that they're relatively fresh and ready for the next step. And I hope that answers your question, Sam. And yeah, and is there an easier way to get sawdust? There might be, but this one's actually pretty easy. And I actually like this pine shreds because I can use it for mulch for my garden, which is what I'm about to do next when I clean this up. And I'm going to take off my ear protection and eye protection in the meantime. And Kevin, good to see you. Yeah, it's not as much fun to do some of the other sawdust generating things. Where to get a sawdust machine like that? You can order them on Amazon or lots of other places. I actually got this one from, I think it was listed on Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist. It was actually, I got it from an old, well, not an old cabinet shop, but a cabinet shop that was getting rid of their old machines and getting new stuff. So I got it for quite a deal. Actually, no, this one, I'm sorry, that's the table saw. I got the table saw from the cabinet shop. I got this one from a guy on Facebook Marketplace who was moving to Amsterdam. And so he had a garage sale, and for some reason his planer and jointer and dust collector, which I think I have over there in the corner, I don't have it set up for this because I need the hose, and I'm lazy, I guess. I haven't gotten the hose for it yet. So he was selling those items, got those all from him, along with some clamps and some router bits. Anyway, a whole bunch of great stuff. So here's a little quiz that you can answer in the chat. How much do you think I paid for all of those items? Right. So the planer, the jointer, clamps, the dust collector, the router bits, and a few other little odds and ends. So what price do you think I paid to the gentleman who was moving to Amsterdam? And I will give you the answer after I give you a chance to guess a little bit, see who comes the closest. So hope that answers your question, Sam, I think, on how to acquire one or where to get one. Jurgon Chemist, hello. Lumber store or Amazon, yep. Or get them used like I did. Dynamo, you can smell the wood. Yeah, it's a little bit of pine smell in here. What am I building? I don't know if you saw this already, but I'm making nameplates for the kids in our Sunday school class. They're 9 and 10 years old. And yep, still working on those. Yep. So I did 2 of them the other night, and now I'm trying to do the other 7. So see if I can get them all done. We're hoping to get them done in time to give them to them tomorrow, but we'll see. And hey, Daniel, good to see you. Miroslav, thanks for joining us. You do something with the sawdust? Yeah. I just put it on the garden as mulch. Hey, electrical weather, good to see you. $800. Daniel, I'm assuming that's what you mean for the for a planer. Yeah, they're not. Oh, 800 is what you're thinking I paid for the planer, the jointer, and everything together. Okay. And Billy Someone is guessing 1500. Sam is guessing 650. Billy, all right. Give it to you for free? I wish, but no. If we guess with 100% accuracy, do we win the jointer? Let me think about that for a second. No, not going to do that. And all right, so I'm caught up on the chat. So let me get this swept up and into the garden. And while I am sweeping that up, you can get the rest of your guesses in as to how much I paid for the planer and jointer and dust collector and clamps and router bits and a few other miscellaneous items. I think one of my mallets over there I also got from him. Go. In college, I had a janitorial job, working 5 a.m. to 8 a.m., cleaning one of the buildings on campus. So I am an experienced professional when it comes to cleaning up, which, just looking at my shop, you wouldn't necessarily think, oh, this guy cleans professionally. I'm hoping that this is good for the garden. Little pine never hurt anything, right? Do we have any avid gardeners in the chat today? The other night when I did this part, someone mentioned that it will suck the nitrogen out of the soil, which I think I'd heard if you mix the mulch in with the soil that it'll extract the nitrogen. But I'm just putting it on top, more just as try to help retain moisture and prevent weeds. So I don't know that that's as big of an issue. And even if it is, I'll probably still do it, because eventually that nitrogen is going to get reabsorbed into the soil as the mulch breaks down. But I think that's supposed to be more of an issue if I'm mixing it in instead of just plopping it on top. But I will defer to others' expertise in that area, because I'm really not that great of a gardener. All right, get your guesses in on how much I paid for the planer, jointer, dust collector, clamps, router bits, mallet, and other assorted items, and I will tell you the answer momentarily. If you haven't gotten your guesses in yet, you got about 10 seconds maybe. All right. Get the broom out of the way. And let me move, I'm gonna use the router table for our next. I've got a router table on a router table. So I'm just gonna use the lower router table for some workspace here after I clean it off real quick. All right, let's see what we've got. for our responses. All right, so 800, 1500, 650. Free, no, not correct. And 1150. Benzerjeb, hello. Daniel says I think he wanted 1200 and you said no way, man, and walked away, and he dropped it to 1000 and you counteroffered with 800. That's a good story. Not quite accurate. You have the same dust collection system I do. Sweet. Yeah, I've actually got a video about it. Just have my shop vac connected to a cyclone separator connected to the Centec hose. And then I can plug the Centec hose into stuff. And then, like I did earlier, forget to unhook it before moving the miter station away. So it's been a pretty good system for me. And let's see. Funeral host guesses $1, Bob, joking around. And Daniel says $7.99. Electric Whittler received a free piece of shop equipment today. Gave her, a Shopsmith system. Interesting. Still runs. I have never used one before. I have seen a few videos of them. I think there's a John Malecki video where he talks about it being the most dangerous piece of equipment out there. But I've seen other people kind of rebut that and like, okay, well, if you know what you're doing, which do any of us know what we're doing? But it's there are some reasons for the designs that they have on the Shopsmiths. I've never used one, never tried it, so I'm not the expert there. Johan has started a tire garden. Sawdust would do great for compost. Yeah, I'm not composting it. I'm just putting it as mulch on top of the garden. Yeah, Billy seems to think that the Shopsmiths are great machines. And let's see. Hello, Hector. Sam, you've got the broom. Okay, yeah, that's whatever dust collection system works. And okay, great gift. Yep. A few videos you've seen said it was dangerous too. You're scared. Yeah, I mean, just use it cautiously, right? Don't be stupid. Take precautions, and you should be fine. And all right, so let me see who's closest. Nobody got it right on, but I think I don't even have to calculate this very much. But our winner is the funeral host by betting $1, or betting, not by guessing $1, because I paid $150 for all of that combined. It was exactly what he asked, and I still felt like I was stealing from him. So I was like, yeah, I will take that and run. So yeah, incredible deal. Yeah, exactly. So I think the key to getting a good deal like that is finding someone who has all that stuff and is moving to Amsterdam right away and needs to unload it. So that's the trick. So just do that, and you can have a deal just like that. All right, moving right along. Our next step is to draw out the names so that I know what to cut. So I'll try to give you as close a view of that as possible, and you can see me struggling to think and calculate and remember where I put my pencil, and get my marking tools. And let's see, I'm going to want this guy and this guy. All right, so I've just been doing them alphabetically. And I want this one too. So I'm going to mark a 1/2 inch border around the whole thing so that I don't put names too close to the edge. All right, there's one. Let's see, this side looks cleaner. So we'll start with this. Two down. Go with that side. Now, one of the tricky things here, so we're doing names for all of the kids that come to the class, but there's a possibility that we'd have, some visitors, someone coming from out of town that's you're not usually there, and we won't know who they are until we're there at the class. So my wife is concerned about having stuff for the regulars and then not having something for someone who shows up unannounced. So on this one, I've got the staple marks there, the screw mark there, and a screw mark there. On the other side, I only have the screw mark, but it's a lot nastier screw mark. But I think I'll still go with this side because it's overall cleaner. And let me pull the chat back up here. Daniel didn't get a free massage or anything. It wasn't a free massage. All right. Marciano says hello a few times. Sam, you'll give me 300 for it. That's not a bad offer, doubling my money. But I think I'll hold on to the equipment. Unless, are you also offering a massage? Let's see. I think I need to sharpen this guy because I'm not seeing the marks very well. Or maybe I just need to switch to a different pencil. Let's see if that helps at all. And really, I don't need the marks to be super visible because the only time I'm going to be using them is when I'm marking out the letters of the names. And then after I'm done doing that, I really don't want them to be very visible at all because that just means I've got more sanding to do. All right, so that one's got the staple marks on it, so I'll go with this side that looks completely clean. Yeah. And I wonder if this would be easier to use my speed square. All right, that one's got staple marks on one side, and then this one's clean. Do this side. All right, multiple marks there. Got a chip out of that one. I think we'll go with the one with multiple marks instead of the big chip on the edge. Well, but then the chamfer is going to get rid of a lot of that probably. Well, let's go this one. All right. Okay. And big hole right in the middle, or those ones. I think I'll go with this one, even though there's more imperfections on it. Hopefully I won't have to use one of these. All right. So now I've got them all marked out. Let me check on a chat, see if I need anything here. Slavko, hello. Hey, small woodlight. Here's your sign. Yeah. Electric Willie found the Sassafras Valley. Awesome. Yeah, there are a lot of great creators out there, and including in our chat here with Electric Whittler and several others. Small Woodlot, also really good. And let's see. Yeah, hit the like button, everybody. I'd be in favor of that. And need some bench dogs, yeah. But certainly, I don't want to put them in the router table. I could put them on my workbench, but I'm not sure that I want to. So, yeah, small wood lights. It's at the router station here, and man, I try. Okay, awesome. All right, so off camera, my sweet wife is trying to distract me. So,
damn it!
and it worked, as she says, and she's right. She did distract me. All right, so I love you, sweetheart.
I love you. I'll put bugging.
We did. What is this over here? You're pointing out? Oh, gotcha. Okay, you already have the notes in there. Okay, so she's got some balloons that she put some notes in.
It's for church.
I know. I'm talking about the.
It's got the scripture.
Yeah. So she put little messages in each of them. Well, this one doesn't feel like it has anything in it.
Well, that's an extra one.
Just in case.
Just in case one of them pops.
Okay. So you want to hold on and not fill this one yet?
I don't care. If
Okay.
one of them pops mid-process, that's what that's for.
Okay. So they've got little messages in the balloons, and so I'm going to inflate them with the air compressor, tie them up, because I don't want to have to blow them up, and then we'll pop them, and they get to read the messages in class. So anyway, I'll put these to the side for now.
You should do that on your live.
Pop them? You want me to pop them on the live?
No.
Oh, just fill them on the live?
Yeah.
All right. I'll think about it. So.
Yeah, I have a lot of faith in you. I only brought you one extra one just in case.
she says she has faith in me. She brought me only one extra in case they pop. So.
I've never done air compressor balloons.
Let's see. And try. Okay. Yep. Sounds like fun. Well, we hope so. So I'm going to mark the middle of this, and so that is right there. All right. And so this one is going to be for Emily. So Emily. And so I'm just going to make our I right there. And then I'll come over to the side here. And we'll just try to incorporate that hole with what I'm going to be routing out. And let's see if let's see how much distance I have here. About 1.5 inches. So I'm aiming for a middle somewhere in there. Let's see if I can use the 45 to do it. Hey, that might actually work. There's a first time for everything, right? All right, so we've got our M, and then come over here for our E. And all right, and then I should measure and get the middle here. Let's see, that was just under 3, so just under 1.5. And take that a little bit further. I want my middle to be a little shorter. The middle to be shorter than the outer ones. All right, so then I've got an L to do. And I've got a Y over here. And got 2.25. So I want to have my Y end right about there. And I think I want the other part of it to be around there. Actually, we should go the same as the M here. So do 1.5 inches, which is pretty much spot on. All right, so and I'm good at this. Really, I am. And there we go. Emily. So feeling like my Y feels a little bit more isolated based on that. Maybe I want to move my L over a little bit, but I've got that. I think I'm just gonna make my L a little bit longer to around there. That's good enough. All right, Emily is down. Next, we've got Everly, Everlee. So 7 letters, right? Everlee. So R is in our middle. And mark my middle. And R. I think I'm going to make her letters about 1 inch wide, the same width as the ruler portion of my combination square here. And I'll have the R end here, have it come out to around there. And so let's see, if I do a 45 from from here, that's going to end up way up there, so that's not going to work. So I will just freehand this, which is dangerous because I am definitely not much of an artist. I can pretty easily screw up on stick figures. So let's see if that doesn't look too terrible. And I think I want to have this curve out a little bit more. But all right, we'll see. Let's see how much mocking is going on in the chat here. Okay, old path. Hey, Ka, old path. All right, EVE. All right, so then we've got another E to do here. EVE. So and then end the E here and here. And then like that. I'm going to try to make this a little bit more visible. All right. All right, and then we've got a V. And make that the center of my V. And I'll have the V end here and here. I am really good with tools. I don't drop things ever. Okay. Then we've got another E. And, let me see on the other side so that I can actually see where it's supposed to go to. There we go. All right. And now for the opposite side, we need E, L-E-E. And I should have marked my 1 inch on the other side there. And now a couple of E's. Mark the ends of my E's, and then I'll just do the other E right here. And try and get all of these on the same plane. Looks like those are not on the same plane. And I've got this one is a little bit longer than any of the other three, so I'm just going to extend the other three so they're the same. We're close to the same. And it's pretty close, right? I really hope I'm spelling her name right. I better look that up. Yeah, close enough. All right, let's see. Hey, Bev. Old path, he's done with layouts, grabbing the kitchen steak knife and hammer instead of the router. You know what? That's another option. I could try that. All right. So Emily Everly, who's next alphabetically? All right. Violet's going to be among the last to do. Trevor. All right, Trevor. Who else am I thinking of here? Okay, Rocky, Remington, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 4 done. And, oh yeah, Joshua. Joshua's next. So, Joshua, 6 letters. And so, Joshua, Joshua, 6. Okay, just got to be sure. The other night I tried starting with the wrong letter in the middle. So just have to measure twice, cut once, as someone told me earlier in the chat, right? All right, so I want about that much separation. So Josh. So I need an S here. And an H. Yeah, I think that's going to be too close. So let me get my eraser. Surprised it took so long for the eraser to come out. All right, let's do it here. And I need to give myself marks so I know where to aim for. Yeah. You know, sometimes you get what you pay for, right? Okay. And then and I should have made marks on either side here for my O. I'm not a big fan of these rounded letters. Give me the ones with the straight lines that I can just mark with rulers. Because, yeah, you know what, I don't like how I'm going to come a little bit lower on this S and make it look worse, probably. All right. And we got okay. And mark the top of my J there. And Joshua. Try to do a bit of a semicircle down here. Okay. All right, and then need an A. This is kind of the kind of time-intensive part of this process, because I want to map things out properly. And then just do the middle of the H, middle of the A. There we've got Joshua down. All right. Let's see what you guys are talking about here. Yeah, I got to use my hammer. Bev, am I doing your name? I wasn't planning to. So the names I'm doing are for kids in our Sunday school class. They're 9 and 10 years old. But like I told Noah at the last time when I made these other ones right here for Allison and Abraham, if you want to join our Sunday school class, just let me know and I'll get one for you too. All right, need a stencil set? Yeah, I mean, that might make it a little easier. And maybe my wife has one, and because she's into like artsy stuff. And LCN, thanks for joining us. Small Woodlot says no stencil set needed. If it doesn't turn out right, I was trying to use a different alphabet. Yeah, or when I finished this the other day, someone on there was like, "Hey, is it the grain pattern that makes it look squiggly?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's the grain pattern. That's what makes it look squiggly." No stencil needed, says Plywood. Sweet. Thanks. I appreciate your confidence in me, Plywood. And so, all right. So let's move on to who's next in our alphabet. Remington, Rocky, Trevor. Let's see. Remington, Rocky, Trevor, Violet. I've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I should have only 4 left. Rocky, Remington, Trevor, and Violet. So Rocky is next. No, Remington is next. Of course, the one with the most letters. Remington. 9 letters. Remington. All right. The 5th letter, Remin. is our middle letter, right? All right, so I think if I make these 1 inch, but have them tight together, I think that'll still work. Hopefully. Ooh, I caught one finally. Okay. Remi, R-E-M-I. Yeah. Let me give this M a little bit more room because I think I'll still have enough space for the R and the E. And I'm just gonna. I should pick my middle point first. So, actually, why am I making that more than 1.5 inches? That's too much, especially when compared to the eye right next to it. Just getting a little too ambitious here. Apparently, I love big M's, and I cannot lie. All right, so there. Somewhere in here is the middle. That's close enough. The precision here does not have to be that high. I just want it to look good. All right. Got an E there, and then just enough room for our R. Okay. All right. All right, G. Oh, how the freak do I do a G? And all right, so and I think I will just end my G like that. Remington. I need a T. And then an O. And if I can squeak it in, I think this might be a bit tight. But we'll just make it work. And okay. All right, I think if I squeeze my O a little bit over this way. Won't look quite as odd, but all right. And then we'll just give a little bit more definition to my T here. And Remington had some difficult letters for me here. All right. All right, let's see how much you're laughing here. Yay. Hey, Pokey. Hello. And Anoop. Thanks for joining us. Anyone seen the polycarbonate stencil sets? I've seen some stencil sets for routers, but I'm not sure if they're the ones you're talking about. Garib, I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, Anoop. Sai, hello. April, hey. Ted, hello. And might be destroyed quickly unless you've got a tracing machine. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what the polycarbonate is. I've seen like router guides, so stencils for routers that basically a router template is what I'm looking for. Is that what you're talking about for the polycarbonate stencil set? Are you talking about the router templates with the stencils or something else? And polycarbonate eyeglass lenses are batch tested for breakage because they dent rather than break. Oh, okay. I am not familiar with those. So I guess the answer is no. I do not know. But yeah, somebody else in our chat or whatever might be aware. So I'm going to hold off on using this one because I'm hoping not to have to use him at all. And then we're on to Rocky. So R-O-C-K-Y, Rocky. So we got 5 letters with a C in the middle. So here's our middle. And all right, so we'll go there and there. And there. That's a terrible beginning to the C. I'm not satisfied with that. And it's a little better. Yeah, I'm just not good at these curves. Probably not really that great with the non-curves too, but I'm pretty upset with these people's parents for not giving them easier names for me to stencil out and stuff. So, all right. This is definitely the most time-consuming part of the process. I don't know why I marked up there. Don't need that. And go. And then need a K. All right. I should have went to the other end of my Ks. And go to right there. All right, now we need a Y. Why, oh, why do we need a Y? There and there. And here's our middle. Don't need the middle to go that high. But as long as I've got it. No, I want the branches of the Y to meet much, much lower. So it will come in line with here. There. There. All right. Remington, Rocky, Trevor, and Violet. Trevor. Trevor. 6. So mark out our middle. E. So I'm starting with an E over here. And then R. And then a T. Okay. Just fill in my lines here. Dot T, dot E, got E, got nasty R, got the middle of the E, okay, now I need a V, you know, I'm on board with V's. These are okay in my book. O, and of course I went too far on that. Right. Yeah, when I'm freehanding it, it does not tend to go that great. All right, and an R. Trevor. All right, time for Violet. Violet. It's another 6-letter name. You know, it'd be nice if they had like 1-letter names. That'd make this process a lot easier. I think I will recommend that. Maybe I'll just give them nicknames. Like, hey, your nickname is now X. Right? All right. So, ooh, it looks like we've had some moderator activity. Always fun. Thanks, guys, for keeping things on the real scale. Oh, hey, a lot of people liking it. I appreciate that. Hey, John, good to see you. Mike, great to see you. Carlos, thanks for joining in. And for those that are joining us, just try to make signs like these for all the kids in our Sunday school class. They're 9, 10 years old. And so I've just got one more to stencil out. We've got a bunch of them already stenciled, and then we can move on to the power tools. So that's the fun part, right? Well, the other fun part is watching me drop things. So, all right, Violet, V-I-O-L-E-T, V-I-O. All right, so make an O. Okay. I'll make this I a little bit more substantial than the one we did in Remington. because you've got a little bit more space to work with. And our V, I was just talking about how awesome V's are. What? I didn't mean those V's. All right. And all right. All right, an L. E. T. I'm going to make this a little closer to the middle than I otherwise would because the I on the other side made things a little lopsided. So all right, and I think I just have this one little line to draw in the middle of the E, and then we can start on some power tool work. Who's excited for power tools? Violet. All right, so we put all the marking tools away. And really a big fan of these magnetic strips. So that guy for here for now. And these over here. Get out that. Move this guy. So I've got pretty much everything on the shop on wheels to make it easy to get things moved around. So I can be working on, I can have something where I need it when I'm working on it and then move it and have the space I need elsewhere when I need it. So let me see if I can position this in a way that lets you guys see what I'm actually doing. All right. Let me see how I'm doing for power here. I'm going to plug in my backup power while I have it over in this area. See if it'll charge while I'm. Let's see. All right. Okay. So I'm okay for power for the moment. Remind me to plug my power back in, my backup power. All right. So I am just going to double stick tape these guys down to the workbench. And I always have a really tough time getting the backing off of the tape. And so if I just leave some excess backing, then it makes it a lot easier because I can just put the tape down, secure it, remove the backing, and then make the cut, but retaining all the backing. And then, I can just cut it off, leave an inch or so. And then it's easy to use the next time. So if any of you struggle like I do, that's a potential solution. So I'm going to secure Violet onto the workbench here. Not the person, just the sign. And I'm going to get some PPE, my eye protection and ear protection. I'm going to check the chat real quick. I'm going to bring out the old router. I got this guy used. I was thinking to add a knob here because it was I didn't have as good a control the other day as I wanted, but maybe I will do that after I try a couple more and struggle. But I think I'll just try holding it like that, like I did last time, and see if I can do a little bit better job and not be so squiggly. So, hey, Universerum, thanks for joining. Dr. Q, thanks for joining us. Thomas, thanks for joining us. All right, so I'm gonna plug this guy in. Actually, before I do, let me just show you. I've got a V-shaped bit. So it's just going to take, and I don't have them very deep. I made that mistake before to, take the router bit and have them a little too deep, and it was making the letters a lot wider than I wanted. So these ones are just about where I want. So plug that guy in, and just kind of get a feel for. Oh, let me get some more light here. And I want the cord on that opposite side. I'm going to move these guys so they're not interfering with the cord, not in my way. See if you get a decent view or not. Let's see if we can get you a little closer here. Lady OG asks my age. How old do you think? I'm super old, but yeah, how super old do you think I am? All right, and I found that I generally have a lot better control when I'm pulling it toward me rather than pushing it away. So if you see me, going to great lengths to be bringing it toward me instead of pushing it, that's why. And I'll still screw it up, but maybe not quite as much as I would have otherwise. So, all right, I'm going to try to position around the camera here so that you guys can see. And my starting point. Well, I'm pretty pleased with that, except for the top of the E and the top of the T. My I is a little messy as well, and my O, and basically every letter sucks. But you know what? Whatever. So let me move my laptop over so I can monitor the chat from over here without interfering with the camera. And let's see what lady's guess was on my age. Oh, how am I? Not how old I am? Oh man. Yeah, I'm not really good with this English. So how are you? I'm doing fine. All right, Patrick, good to see you. Heather, hey, you made it. Yeah, I'm a little bit earlier in the day than usual. Heather usually misses my lives because they end up being very late, even for my time zone, and she's a couple time zones ahead of me. So, Mike, Carmine, good to see you. Rain ruined your lawn mowing plants. Yeah, I got mine mowed earlier today, thankfully before it got too hot. And Irina or Reina and Macopelo. Thanks for joining us, everybody. And I think before I move on to the next router action, I think it's time for some fire, don't you? I think that should work. Yeah, fire in the hole. Fire, 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 fire. Yep. Hey, Bidiran. Thanks for joining us. I'm not sure what you're saying in the chat, but thanks for joining us. And then I made sure not to put the tape right on the edges because that way it makes it a lot harder to get the workpiece off of the table that way. So that one is ready for the next step. And I will get out our next victim here, which is Rocky. Actually, it should be Trevor. We'll do Trevor next. Trevor accidentally fell down when I was taking stuff off. So lock Trevor in. And here we go. Wish me luck. Well, I feel like I got worse on that one. The top of my T sucks. My O is terrible. I might need to do a new one for Trevor here. But you know what? Just in case we end up burning this in the fire anyway. Oh, did I shut off the... Whew. It's surprisingly hot. You know, you use a little fire and all of a sudden it warms up the wood. All right. Andike, thanks for joining. IE, another name I can't pronounce. Where am I from? I'm in Idaho. And Calvin is with his boys. Cool. All right. So, sorry about your O, Trevor. Just not that great. I was being so careful coming around. I was like, I just want to match up perfectly. And then I didn't match up very well at all. So, all right. On to the next. Now we get Rocky. Maybe I should have done Rocky before Trevor. Maybe that would have set me up for better success on Trevor. But maybe at the expense of Rocky. All right. Any ideas in the chat on how I can do these better? So I'd like to not mess them up as bad as I did on Trevor's O. His T wasn't as terrible as it could have been, but here, I'm going to give you a view from the opposite side. I think I might be able to get a better angle that way. All right. Might be a better angle both for you to see it and for me to make the cuts here. I'm going to transition my laptop over to the other spot for you to chat here. All right. Gotta feed the critters, Billy. Yeah, critters tend to be pretty hungry. All right, I think that's actually my best one so far. My O is a little squiggly over here, but way better than the one on Trevor's. So let's see, someone's going swimming. Good for you. Got some ice packs for the kittens, Heather. Wish you could go swimming, yeah. And Noah, hey, hey, are you going to be in the Sunday school class, Noah? Let's see. All right, so let's give Rocky a good burning. All right, that looks to be about as burnt as I want to safely do here. We'll remove the tape and set him aside for the next step. And on to Remington. I've been pretty impressed with this double stick tape. It does a pretty good job of securing the workpiece, and then it's not too terribly difficult to get off the workpiece. The one kind of complaint is that if you stick it and then let me somewhat demonstrate. So if I stick this guy down, actually I'm going to put him at a little bit more of an angle so it's easier for me to work on with the position of the camera. So he's on there really well, so he's not going to move around too much. If I pull him up and then re-stick, the tape won't do nearly as well a job, which is good and bad. It's good because you can get the workpiece off, you can release it from whatever you're doing. Bad if you're wanting to reuse that same tape. But the tape's not very expensive, so I'm not that worried about it. And let's see. Yeah, no, I do remember you. Not going to make it to Sunday school. Oh man, that's sad. Hey, James and Rauf, and some more names I can't pronounce or really even recognize what the letters are, if they're even letters. So, all right, a long one. Wish me luck. Probably going to need it. There's a lot of letters. Oh, crap. You know what? I forgot a step. I'm very angry with myself now. Let's see. Let me use one. I'm not sure what you mean, Billy. Do I know what Minecraft is? I'm aware of it. I don't play it, but whatever. Hey, Nikki, caught me live. That's true. I'm in the act. So before I burn it, I needed to sand and get rid of all these pencil marks. Everyone in the chat was supposed to remind me of that. I don't know if I told you to remind me, but you definitely should have. So I'll bet you're all very embarrassed that you didn't. So let me plug that guy in and connect my dust collection. Again, this is just the Centec system that I talked about before. Turn on the vacuum, turn on the sander. All right. And just use the air compressor to blow off any excess sand or sanding. And now we can start to burn. All right. Yeah, and now that I've got the contrast, I'm not as pleased with how I routed that out, but I think a lot of that is just the the grain pattern. It makes it look squigglier than it really is. That's it. So now I've got a decision. Do I want to sand away all of my burning so that I can get rid of these pencil marks, or just leave it as it is? And I'm going to make a poll and let you guys decide. And sand and reburn. And start that. All right, so I'll put this guy off to the side. And again, should I sand all of this away, sand away the burning, and redo it so that I don't have those pencil marks? Or just let it ride and hope they don't notice that there are pencil marks on there? Let me know what you guys think. All right, so I'm going to unplug the sander, plug my router back in. And let's see how the poll. Okay, it looks like everyone wants both sanding and burning. So I was going to mention that if I do sand them, then that means we get that much more burning. So that might be contributing to why people are gung-ho for that. So let me get the sander out of the way a little bit here. All right. Joshua's next. And I need to get rid of some of that excess backing. All right. I think I don't like the way I did that J now that I'm looking at it just before cutting into it. I think I want my line here to end where that is. And you know what? I think I'm just not even going to cut that. I'm just going to go with the J sign, the J, and not have a whatever that's called at the top. Why can't I think of what that might be called? But okay, here we go. Yeah, I really messed that J up. Came and had way too steep of an angle and tried to shave some of that off and then try to make it a little bit more equal over here. Well, we'll keep going. My O looks way wider than my J. And I think I missed my center line here as I was moving away from myself. I was going to mention part of the reason why I messed this up over here is because as I got over there, my router became less supported. And so it was resting kind of over here. And so it was tipping. So I should have been considering that I only had support on the back side. But oh well. Well, cut my A on a slant there, and looks like my H a little bit too. I'm not pleased with the J, and the S was a little crazy there, but overall not too terrible. So let me do some sanding. And see, hi, Samuel and Zara. Thanks for joining in. So let me do a quick sand. And because I planed it before, there's not really a lot to sand other than just getting those pencil marks off. So I'm just doing 220. So it's pretty easy. And blow out the sanded residue. And burn, baby, burn. And on to the next. This is Everly. See if we can get the backing to come off cleanly. And away we go. Actually, no. Away we don't go, because I need to switch the power between the sanding, the random orbital sander, and I'm not sure why I'm switching them because I've got more than one outlet here. There, that should make it easier. All right. right. So I'm having difficulty with coming in up here and going across. You can see did it there, a little bit here. I started in on my L a little too high. Had to adjust that, but I don't think that's as noticeable as I thought it would be in the moment. All right, sanding. And all right. Just got one left here, and then we'll take a look at the poll results after we get Emily's done and decide if we're gonna. Oh, the poll results are really a lot closer than I was expecting. 53% yes, apparently 47% no. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh yeah, Robert, good idea. Use scraps for support. I probably should do that. But now that I've just got this last one to do, and it's pretty far in, I'm not going to be nearly as close to the edge as I was on that one for Joshua. So I'm probably not going to worry about it on this one. But that's a good idea for future projects like this. All right. All right. Hello to everyone. User. That is a great name, user. Thanks for joining in. Are you muted? I don't think so. And blow off my laptop if you insist. Is it upsetting you? All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, are you saying just use one of these for support? So if I'm carving this one, just have one of these around it. Is that what you mean, Robert? I'm assuming that's what you meant, but could be wrong. I mean, it's never happened before. Am I being wrong? I have never been wrong. I thought I was wrong once, but I was mistaken. All right. On to Emily. And okay. All right, so unplug the router now because that should be done, and we'll sand. All right. So let's see the results of the poll. I'm not sure why I'm disconnecting the sander already. Got to see what the poll says. Poll says yes, 59%, no, 41%. And this is not a democracy. And so I am going to do what I want to do anyway, which is the same as the majority. So I'm going to sand them and reburn them. So, all right. We've got Tien, thanks for joining us. Doctor here, thanks for joining us. Craig or Robert, thanks. And another name I can't pronounce and don't even know the letters for. All right, so I will plug my sander back in. So I unplugged him prematurely and find the three that need to be resanded here. Let's set up over here. And I think I threw my double stick tape thinking I was all done. Well, I wasn't really thinking, I guess. So Violet and Rocky and Trevor, they deserve a thorough sanding and burning, right? Thorough sanding and an additional burning. So when we meet up with them in Sunday school tomorrow, like, oh, I burned you so bad yesterday. Be like, what are you talking about? But these kids are a lot of fun. A while back, I don't remember what we were discussing, but one of the boys said something about my gray beard. And I was like, I don't have a gray beard. All right, no, I'm sorry. I'm screwing up the story. He said I have a white beard. He talked about something about my white beard. And I was like, I don't have a white beard. I'm like, there's white in my beard, but it's not a white beard. And then one of the girls piped up. She's like, hey, what's your original hair color? And I pointed to the side of my head. I was like, this is my original hair color. And so not even skipping a beat, she looks back at me and she says, gray is your original hair color? Freaking kids. All right. They're a lot of fun. And see, why didn't it do that before when I threw it before I needed to? Needed it back. All right, Trevor, Rocky, Violet, and see, Billy says looking good. I'm not exactly sure what he's looking at, but we'll take it. Doctor, kids will enjoy them. I hope so. Why do I have a bigger right arm? I don't know that I do, but if I do, maybe it's because I broke my wrist. Maybe I lost some muscle mass that I've never replaced. So yeah, I learned that sleeping and driving is not a good mix. So I broke this wrist in at least 7 places. So you can see some of the fun surgical scars here, a little bit in here. Had a bunch of pins placed, all sorts of fun stuff. And then this is my favorite scar there. So yeah, I've got similar mobility and flexibility, a little bit more in my right. It's a lot tighter in my left than it is in my right, but that happened many years ago when I was young and stupid. Now I'm just old and stupid. All right, vacuum and sander on. And that's actually not a terrible look. The sanding, I mean, this one I took off a lot more, but that's, not a bad scheme. But we'll reburn them again anyway. All right, that's probably good. What do you guys think? More burning? Or is that enough? All right. Let me catch up on the chat here. Thanks, Billy, for helping out in the chat. A bit large for a name tag. You know, I wouldn't say they're big kids, but you know, they can handle it. They're strong. They can wear it. See, rested your eyes for a little bit. Yeah, I rested my eyes for a bit too long. And you know what was really stupid of me when I was sleeping and driving was that I knew I was tired, and I was just had that stupid invincibility concept in my mind that I'm like, it's just 20 more miles, I can make it. I had my sister in the car with me, and I was like, she was sleeping. I was like, oh, I don't want to wake her up, right? Like, would have been so much easier to just pull off to the side of the road and take a nap, or have her take over driving. And as it was, I broke my wrist, broke my neck. I don't know if did I mention that I broke my neck? Yeah, the 2nd and 6th cervical vertebrae. And my sister, she had some stitches in her foot and I think her head. She chipped some teeth, but she's doing much better now. So am I. Let's see. Kids are giants, yeah. Daniel's bouncing between a couple of different lives. And raise the grain with water before burn. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't think to try that, but yeah, it will darken when I stain it, and I know that because I've got a couple that I've already. They're not stained. I just used shellac, but so it darkened up a bit, and so let's see. And I don't know the context. The long road is hypnotizing. Yeah, you don't realize you're half conscious. Feels like you're awake in the real world. Yeah. I was aware that I was falling asleep, but I was just too confident that I'd be able to overcome my drowsiness. So, that's my bad. All right, let's reposition for our next step. And our next step is adding the chamfer. So I'll get out the router table again. And I'm not sure why I have. Oh, I think I was planning to use the roundover bit here when I was working on this the other day. I'm actually just going to lower this entirely, so rather than using the wrench to lower it from the top here. If I can remember how this one works. And there we go. Yeah, I'll just take it out entirely. There we go. All right, and then I'll put the other router table on top of that router table. Actually, I'll turn it. So I'll turn it this way. I think that'll give you the best possible view. And I'm going to actually move it over here so that I can hook up the dust collection on it. So this is, I made this router table because I wasn't satisfied. Actually, I started making this router table before I even had this router table. I was going to a yard sale where I'd seen this advertised because the router table that I had wasn't great. And so I was like, I'll go and get this router table. But then my wife wanted to go to the yard sale too, which surprised me. She likes yard sales and that kind of thing, but I was just surprised that she wanted to go that day. And it was taking her quite a while to get ready. And I was like, you know what, this yard sale is going to be over by the time we can get there, or someone will have already bought the router table that I want to go there for. And so I just started making this router table while I was waiting for her to get ready. So it was just taking so long. So then she finally did get ready, and we made it there in time, bought this router table and a bunch of other crap that my wife wanted. And then eventually I finished building this one. But one of the main reasons why I wanted to build this one instead of using this was because I hated the fence on this one. There are a few different reasons. I've got a video about it. If you want to know the reasons, just go watch the video about about the router table. Actually, the live video too that I did after the fact, an update, because I made the video for that, and then later made the fence for this one, which corrected most of the problems that I had with this router table. So anyway, so I'm going to get my PPE back on, and we'll start doing some chamfered edges. All right. Here we go. Let's see if try and get you the best angle we can here without interfering with the cut. Set these back here. Might be good to plug in the power, and then I'll turn on the vacuum and we can start making our cuts. Let's see. I'm talking about a table for my table. Exactly. Our wives have boxes for their boxes and containers for their containers. Yep. Yeah. Jesus is king. Yeah. Amen, brother. Jesus es el reino. For the Spanish-speaking members of our audience today. And all right, I'll get the vacuum on and the router on, and then we'll start doing some cutting. So, got them all cut and carved and sanded and burned and chamfered. So the only thing left is the finish. And I'm going to use the same finish I did on the other two. And I can take off my ear and eye protection now, I hope. And I see Melinda Nelson transplant in there. Appreciate you joining us. And we find, oh, I know I didn't see the shellac because it's still on the workbench. All right. So, for those of you who haven't guessed, the Melinda Nelson transplant represents the that wife of mine who was previously distracting me in the shop. I don't usually get her in the shop very much, but I got her here for a video a little while back, and so that was a fun one to make. But it's I got her in. She's naming tools in the shop. She's not really that familiar with them, so let's see. How many grandchildren do I have? Oh, these are not for grandchildren. I have a grand total of 0 grandchildren. I've got 3 kids. No grandchildren yet that I know of. Let me move the router out of the way here. And these are for the kids in our in the Sunday school. Whoa. Yeah, got the compressors deciding that it needs a little bit more air. So yeah, these are for the kids in our the Sunday school class that we teach. So we've got Abraham and Allison and Emily and Everly and Joshua and Remington and Violet and Rocky and Trevor. So I will start doing the finish here. This is just spray shellac. All right, and we'll wait a few minutes and then hit those with another coat. And yeah, you're fine. I'm probably plenty of others out there that are doing projects for their grandkids, but not yet. Someday I'll have some grandkids, but not today, thankfully. So Let's see. In the meantime, tell me what projects you all are doing today. Anything fun? Anything exciting? That mowing plan got canceled because of weather. I was able to get our mowing done earlier today, so pleased with that. Some of the projects I'm working on, I've got a cherry wood shoe rack that I'm trying to make for my mom. I've got a bunch of the cherry wood milled up and ready to start putting together, I think, I hope. Then I've got a sanding project back behind you that had that project going for quite some time and haven't completed it. It's for a loft bed for my daughter, basically. Um, we've had a bunk bed for a long time, and I'm just converting that bunk bed into basically a loft bed. But I had to sand it down and refinish it. So I've got it mostly sanded down and mostly just need to refinish it now. But for some reason, that hasn't been high on my priority list. And let's see, I've got the lathe. So same daughter was interested in doing stuff on the lathe. So I bought this super old lathe. I'll give you a peek at that as we wait for the first round of shellac to dry. So this is the stop block from my crosscut sled. Let me put that back in. And I got this lathe used. And again, for somebody on Marketplace that was in need of getting rid of it. So it's a Sears Roebuck and Company lathe. And it was before they started doing the Craftsman branding. It's got a 1/4 horsepower motor on it. It is variable speed. So change the speed by adjusting which pulley the belt is on. An old-timey switch to turn it on and off. So no variable speed dial, right? Have to switch out the belt on the pulley. Here's the tool rest. So you can slide that back and forth, except I've got it a little bit jammed in there, so I can't really slide it. And then this is the headstock, and I've got this tailstock over here. And if I loosen this bolt a little bit, I should be able to slide this one around. Yep. It came on this custom built base, and yeah, so that's the lathe. But I want to replace the cord and plug because it's not grounded. And then I also need to come in here and these little ports here are for the oil reservoir. And so I want to pull that all apart, clean out those oil reservoirs, and then put some nice clean light engine oil in there so that and make sure it's got good lubrication. So, all right, here we go. And let me just check in on the chat here, see if I've missed anything. All right. I think I said hi to Parthivan. So got maybe another minute or so before we can hit these with another. Well, it's actually feeling pretty dry. So we'll just hit these with another dose of shellac. All right. Are you guys liking the look of those? You can let me know in the chat whether you approve, whether I should do something completely different. I like that the shellac is not nearly as odoriferous. Odorous, I guess, would be a better way to say it, than a bunch of other stuff. Hey, baby kisses. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you being here for the live. We're getting close to the end. We've got, I think, one more hit of shellac to go once this version closes down, or once this once this coat dries. You've been watching? Oh, good. And then just give you a look at the ones I did the other day. And maybe they're better, maybe they're worse. And we've got a couple more minutes at least on getting those dry. So what else do I need to do today? Ooh, you know what? I think I might go to the pool. Our community has a little pool. It's only 4 feet deep, but it can be a nice refreshing dip in the water when we've been working so hard in the shop, slaving away. So I think I might do that. Okay, I think I might. Anyone else going swimming today or went swimming today? Need a way to mount them. Well, let's see. Maybe I'm not understanding your. They're great. Need a way to mount them. Pop top work good. In plywood. Or, oh, you're saying hide a plywood, not saying in plywood. Yeah. So I'm just going to give these to each of the kids. So I mean, I could put some mounting hardware on the back, or you know, just drill like a keyhole slot, something like that. I'm not intending to do that because I don't know how they will want to mount them, if they will want to mount them anywhere. And I think they might be able to just stand on a flat surface. So so I'm going to let them decide how they want to display them, and probably not add anything on the back, in part because I'm lazy. So, and while we're waiting for that it's not quite ready. While we're waiting, we'll come back to the balloons that my wife wanted me to fill. For those of you that were here earlier, we've got a part of our lesson for Sunday school tomorrow is she made up little printed out scriptures and little messages on papers and then stuff them inside the balloons. So I'm just going to use the air compressor to fill the balloons and hopefully not pop them yet. I'm going to give myself a little bit more room to do it. And then I'll try to tie them on camera. So that could be entertaining. All right. I think I might need a little bit less pressure. Okay. Let's turn that down. So I had it at about 110. Let's take it down to like 10. Let's see, a little bit more than that. All right. Good thing she gave me an extra. I think it was, yeah, this one right here. So I'll try to crumple that back up a little bit. Actually, I'll just try to fold it back up instead of crumpling. That might be a better way to go. Yep. All right. See, she knows me all too well. Knew that I'd need extras. Take a big safety pin to hang on there. Yeah. Yep. And don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm just filling these balloons with some air and then tying them off because I don't want to blow them up with my mouth. Really, I just want them to explode with the. All right, let's try that. Let's see if I can get it tied on camera on my first attempt. Hey, what do you know? One down. Blue is my favorite color. Any other blue lovers in the audience? Two down. Hilarious. Oh, come on, baby kisses. You laughing at me? How dare you? It was funny. If I can extricate my finger. There we go. I'm trying to fill them similar to this so that I don't have a kind of an odd shape here, but then I also don't want them too full because we have to transport them to church and everything tomorrow without them popping. So don't want them to be overly full. All right, so for those of you who may want to fill up balloons with an air compressor, 110 psi, a little bit too much. And hopefully the last one. All right. So let me go run these in. I don't know why I'm trying to put them all in my arms. I'll just take as many as I can. This, I don't know why I'm trying to get them all in one load when I'm probably going to need 2 loads anyway. It's just the default man setting that if it can be done in one load, you should do it in one load, in one trip. So anytime I'm bringing groceries in, got to do it in one trip, right? I might cause myself a hernia or 2 or 3, but you know, how it's got to be. So I'll take these in, and then we can get back to shellacking our signs. I think one more coat should be all they need. I mean, I might be able to get away with not doing any more shellac, and I might be close to out of shellac. I don't even know. All right. Yeah, those are ready. I still got shellac. I'm good. All right. All right. What do you guys think? What's your feedback? They're going to work. And Heather's back. Hey, Raja. Ahmad, hello. I'm assuming that's what DI means. Let's see. Balloons, yeah, balloons are, yeah. So for the balloons, they have little messages in them, and so we're gonna have the kids use a tack or something to pop the balloons, and then they can read the messages from inside. Might be a little bit disruptive to some of the classes around us, but that's their problem, not mine. So Jamal will give me a shout out if I subscribe, or no, he wants me to give him a shout out, and he'll subscribe. Jamal, dude, thanks for joining us, man. Shout out. How's that? Does that work? And then expressions. You know, we're not a political channel, so we're not going to worry about the political stuff. So there are lots of other channels out there that are all about the politics. This is not one of them. So can't sub, it's broken. Oh well, you know, maybe next time. It'll be all right. So all right. So what I'm going to do is let the shellac, the last coat of shellac, dry, and then I think I'll hit these with either some steel wool or just like some paper, a paper bag, basically. And I think that's supposed to be similar grit to you know, what is it, quadruple zero or 4-knot, whatever, steel wool, and just kind of smooth it a little bit so it kind of gets the imperfections of the shellac. You know, if there's any dust that settles or whatever. I don't know why there would be dust settling in this shop, but you know, any dust that settles makes the tactile experience less than ideal. So that's the idea, is to kind of smooth that out. Let me find. Oh, so I haven't done that with these yet, and I mean they feel pretty smooth, but let's see if I can track down my steel wool. Oh, there it is. Right where it's supposed to be. In with the sanding supplies. So let's see if I can get that to work. Slide this over here for now. Grab out some steel wool. Oh, that does feel smoother. I don't want to remove a lot of material. Just want to smooth the material that's there so that it's pleasant to the touch. Starting on the edges so that if it screws something up, it won't be as noticeable, and I can adjust what I'm doing before going over the names. All right, that should be safe. Maybe by the time I finish doing these first two that I started on the other night, maybe the others would be ready for some steel wool. Pretty good. And oh, it's working now. Sweet, sweet, Jamal. Thanks for joining. Ahmed, hello. Yeah, anyone who feels so inclined, we're happy for likes and subscribes, and we do all sorts of different projects, including making nameplates for kids in our Sunday school class. So do various woodworking and shop equipment related stuff. So if that is up your alley, go ahead and like, subscribe, and come on back for more. Got a bunch of videos in the on the channel as well. So if you want to go back and look at some of the other stuff we've done in the past, like I was saying earlier, my wife and I did a little game a few weeks back. Just released that one a week or so ago. And she is not shop savvy, we could say. So she's not really into tools and all that kind of thing. But I got her to come out to the shop, and I would hand her a tool, and she would look it over, try to figure out what its name is and what it was used for. And sometimes she got it right, and perhaps more often she did not. And some hilarity ensued. So that's a pretty fun one. And we got some shorts out there from that as well. So I don't typically do a lot of shorts, but I did on that one. So these are not quite dry yet. So need a few more minutes. And let's see. Working, yeah, you sub now. What about metalwork? I don't do a lot of metalwork. Hardly any, really. Pretty much the only metalwork I do is like sharpening, sharpening chisels or knives or router bits, lawnmower blades, and I drilled some holes in this, this metal, so that I can make a router sled. So then I've just got some, some plywood, basically sandwiching the angle iron, and so I had to drill through there in order to get my screws through, and then I can just set this on 2 level surfaces, and then have my slab of whatever it is underneath that I want to flatten, and then just run the router over that. So here's the trim router. So I can just run it like that, or I've got a few other routers that I may have a router obsession or habit, habit of collecting routers. So I just, when I see routers for really cheap on Marketplace, I'm like, you know what, I could probably use that. So the only one that I've paid full price for is none of them. So this one, this Makita trim router I got on special at the store, at the Home Depot, not sponsored. And all the other ones I got used for pretty cheap. So anyway, so just that's about the extent of my metal work. So not too extensive. Metal's a little bit harder material than wood. So, oh hey, West does it. He's got a fun channel. Anyone who wants to subscribe, we've got lots of guys in our chat today that have some really good channels, and I think everyone else is doing lives right now, so that's why they're not here. But good to see you, man. And yes, that's about it as far as metalwork goes, but not really a lot of it here, but a little bit. So let's see if these are, no, not quite dry enough. I think probably I'm going to let them dry for a fair amount of time longer, and I won't make you wait around to see. So I'll call it a day and sign off unless anyone has any other questions or concerns or jokes that they want to share. I'll give you a few seconds to collect your thoughts and get your ideas into the chat. And actually, you know what? We'll do this. I'm going to do another poll, and I want to know which of these 9 do you think looks best. So I'm going to position the camera in such a way that you can see most of them, I hope. And I'll be typing out the names for the poll. Let me get those separated a little bit so that the shellac doesn't dry on the shellac. They're not adhered together. Keep in mind that these 7 are all still drying. These ones are dry, so that's why they're not quite as shiny as the others. Whether you like shiny or not, I don't know. But what's my preferred trim router? Well, I only have one trim router, and it's this Makita. And so I like it. It does really well. The one thing that I wish that it did better is the micro adjustments, because in order to adjust it at all, you have to undo that. It's got this little micro adjustment wheel or dial, but you know, you have to have this undone in order for the micro adjustment to do anything, because if I have it even to that level, it's locked in, right? It's not going to move. So I have to have it all the way unlocked, and then there's a lot of slop in there that I could introduce. And so even if I'm using the micro adjustment, it's not going to micro adjust all that well. And then once I get it to the spot that I want it, I have to close that. And so I might, you know, bump it out of its place again. I think I've heard that the DeWalt trim router has a better micro adjustment feature. But I mean, I'm happy with the Makita, and I already had, you know, I bought it along with some other Makita tools in a big sale that Home Depot did at Christmas time a couple of years ago. And so it's fine. It does what I need it to do. But if you're looking for a new one, the DeWalt, I think, has some better features than what my Makita does. If you're looking for used, then, you know, it's like just see what's available. I've seen several Bosch Colt trim routers available on the you know, the aftermarket, you know, through Facebook Marketplace or otherwise. So that might be one to look at. I don't know how its features compare to Makita or anyone else's. So yeah, you still need to buy a small one. Yeah, but yeah, the DeWalt I've heard good reviews on. So all right. So you distracted me though. So let me make my poll. Which is your favorite? Or actually, let me say, which name sign looks best? All right. So we've got Abraham, and I'll just do these in alphabetical order. Abraham and Allison and Emily and Everly. And it won't let me do more than 4 options, apparently. So we'll start that poll. So which of those 4 do you think looks best? And if you're just voting based on your own name, that's valid. You can do that. I use the same methodology for pretty much all of them. The one that's a little bit different is Allison. I did hers first, and I did the chamfer before I did the burn. And so, like you can see on like Joshua's here, the chamfer is unburned, whereas we've got a little bit of burn bleeding over onto the chamfer on Allison in places. So we've got a more defined chamfer on these other ones. I think I prefer that, but you know, everyone can have their opinion. So Abraham's taken the lead with 3 votes in. Emily had the brief lead with 100% after 1 vote. And you know, let's see. I need to. Okay. Christy, the coolest grandma, says hi. Hey, Christy. I am not a grandma, and so I'm not going to dispute your claim. Presuming that's your claim and not that you've been designated as such by others. Maybe you have been. So there's a. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I'll start from the other side here. Got them sticking to the shellac on the workbench below. Let's see if I can line them up any better here. Okay. And Emily has retaken the lead with 50% of the vote. Got 7 votes in. So interesting. You think Emily's looking best out of those ones, huh? So, Christy, the coolest grandma, I'm interested to know what makes you the coolest grandma. Do you have any particular characteristics that make you cooler than the average grandma? See, is that one even on screen? My view is a little distorted, so I can't tell that well. But oh well. You guys get the idea, right? I mean, you must be able to see it because you're voting for it, or you can't see it, and so you figure, oh, that must be the best because I can't see its flaws. So maybe that's why Emily has been in the lead here for the last few votes. So, all right. So I'm going to end that one, and Emily wins. We'll move on to the next 4. So Abraham, Allison, Emily, and Everly. So now we've got Joshua and Remington and Rocky and Trevor. So of those 4, which do you think looks the best? So we're looking at Joshua, Remington, Rocky, and Trevor. And Joshua takes the early lead. And now he's in Trevor. Wow, Trevor getting some love. I was expecting Trevor to go voteless. So I guess we're looking at the ironic vote here. Like, oh yeah, Pilato, that looks best. So I'm getting pretty close to dry here. Trevor, I think, is still a little bit wet. So yeah, Trevor doubling up Joshua on the votes, and Remington and Rocky are still voteless. I wouldn't have guessed that. So here, let me give you a better view of the four that we're voting on at the moment. So Joshua, Remington, Rocky, and Trevor. What do you guys think? All right. Ooh, Remington gets a vote. Remington was maybe the most challenging. Yeah, Trevor's wasn't as challenging. I just wasn't as good at it. So get your votes in. And you know what? These might get pretty close. I might be able to. Oh, that one better be dry. Those are the ones I did the other day. Goes off to the side. All right. We've got a three-way tie, and Rocky's getting no love. Man, I thought I might have done the best on Rocky, actually. Although looking at it now, it looks like I've extended the K a little bit lower on this side than over here, but it looks like it's pretty close in line with the Y, the bottom of the Y. So I was actually pretty pleased with my O on this one. You know, it's not perfect, but I did it all the way in one loop rather than on this one. Um, I started at the top here, made my way down, and then came back to the top so that I could be pulling the router toward me. But when I tried meeting up down here, it wasn't the greatest of rendezvous, if you know what I mean. So, all right, let's see how we're doing. Remington's getting a little bit of a lead here, and Rocky gets on the board. And I think we'll go about one more minute on the poll, and then we'll move on. So see, give you a little bit of a different angle here. Maybe that helps you decide if you're previously undecided. I don't know if you're allowed to change your votes. You see the different angle and decide you want something different. But all right, I think we're going to end the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Remington with the win, it looks like. Remington taking half the vote. Man, impressive. So we've got Remington that won a round, and we've got Emily that won a round. And we haven't voted on Violet yet. So of those three, what do you like best? So here we go. So I can type here. So we've got Emily. Emily or Remington or Violet. What do you think? Violet's got some stiff competition on this one because each of the other two have already won a round. So let's see how well Violet does on her one attempt here. So let's see, we've got some new entrants into the chat. Pansy, hi. Sai, hi. Washington Luis Neri Soisa, hello. Clayton with the outdoors, subbed and liked it. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the likes and the subscriptions. And thanks for joining us, man. And then Mr. Hamster Lover, I'm not sure what Kyle means, but maybe you're not sure either, and that's why you've retracted it. All right. Hello, Mr. Hamster Lover. All right, Remington's in the lead again, 67%. Violet's got a vote. Emily not on the board yet. So we'll let that go a little bit longer. And I just test for doneness here on whether I dare try to use the steel wool on these guys yet. There's still a little bit of wetness. Want them to dry a little bit more. So Remington, half the vote already. Half the vote in this poll isn't quite as impressive as half the vote in his last poll, because last time he was going against 3 others. Now he's only going up against 2. So we'll let that go another minute or so. And I'll give you a little bit different angle. And in the meantime, I'm going to up all of the names in alphabetical order, I think. If I can remember my alphabet, which sometimes is a bit of a stretch. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit them all in here. It looks like probably not. So I think I'll just do 2 rows. I use the edge of the plywood there as my divider. Remington, Rocky, Trevor, and Violet. And all right. Mr. Hamster likes the Remington the best. Hey, Pine and Oak, thanks for being here. Nameplates, yep. Boomba the Pig. These are the people, the kids that are in our Sunday school class. They're 9 and 10 years old. And so just thought we'd make them for them and hopefully they like them. If they don't, then they can burn them if they like. But yeah, JP Bad, thanks for joining us, man. Fun to make out of wood. Yeah, did your name and carved around it and burned into it. Yep, wasn't as good looking as these nameplates. Well, I don't know how good looking these are, but they're kind of fun to do, and I think the kids might like them. So even if they're not that fun to do, sometimes it's worth it for the kids, right? And that's what I keep telling myself. It's worth it for the kids. It's worth it for the kids. So, all right, let's see how our poll results are. We've got it's like Remington in the lead still. Ooh, Violet and Remington. Wow, neck and neck. All right, let's do a countdown. Let's see who wins. And let's count it down from 10, and then I'll close the poll, and whoever wins wins. So here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and ended. All right, looks like they ended in a tie. So cool. It's good. Someone likes guns, calling their kid Remington. I don't know how well they like guns, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I'm pretty sure guns weren't the primary factor. I think the mother might have been a big fan of the series Remington Steele. So I could be wrong. For those of you old enough to know what I'm talking about. So I was actually surprised that that this mother would be into Remington Steele because she's younger than I am, so I wouldn't have thought that she would be aware of Remington Steele. So I was only aware of Remington Steele because my older sister liked the series a lot because of Pierce Brosnan, yeah. So, all right. Hello from the UK, Gary. And Dave Saves from Dubai. Thanks for joining us, guys. And yeah, makes sense. Yeah, Remington Steele. You know what that is. Are you as old as I am, JP? Or heaven forbid, older? All right. Hey, thanks everyone for joining us for the live stream. It's been a lot of fun. Got a fun project done. I'm hoping that the kids in Sunday school will be pleased, and go from there. We'll hope to see you guys on our next live, and check out our other videos. Comment, like, subscribe, all the stuff. So thanks. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday and the rest of your Saturday, and enjoy your Sunday tomorrow. See you, everyone. Oh, JP, you're 50? Oh, you got a couple years on me then. I turn 49 here next in August. So, all right. See y'all later. Take care.